Start streaming. There we go. Okay. We should be live now. Let me get the link out here. Bada boom. Alright, we'll get that out here too. Come back here. Alright, cool. Change that to all the chat because the default's dumb. Hi everyone. How are you? How's your Sunday? I just overheard the commentators say Mahomes ACL apparently gonzo, blown, bad. I heard it like with headphones on, so grain of salt, but does not sound good. That's certainly for sure. Yeah. I certainly saw that coming. Good game, Chargers. Anyway, Alan Ginter. That's what we're doing. Half a case rip, right? 6 boxes. Plus behind it a box of the Mitchell Ness exclusive. Fresh, untouched case here. Yeah. Camera might be a bit tricky to do this with. I guess I was not planning on them being this direction. Well, these are... Okay, these are interesting boxes, huh? These are not the size and shape I was expecting. Like, I saw Brady handling them, I don't know, they didn't look like that. Weird. Question mark. Okay, so I guess... Here's my marker. It's going to be really hard for you to see. Hey, there you go. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in yellow marker there. It's not exactly the ideal camera angle we were looking for. And of course now I just screwed with what I spent 20 minutes lining up earlier, but it's alright. Hopefully I didn't do too badly there. Alright, so we will put those 6 back down here underneath the table. We will come back to those in the second of our 4 total Alan Ginter breaks. So let's see. 6, 5, 4, 3. It's approximate. 2, 1. These boxes are absolutely massive. Like, completely enormous. Good lord. Okay, we are just going to go like that and hope for the best. Okay, cool. Maybe I can squeeze you over this way a little. There we go. Well, now that's not so bad. We can work with that. I'm sure we can make this happen. Okay. Hi, guys. Let's go. So yeah, this is break 152. Oh yeah, I was going to click my scene button here real fast before we actually start. Bloop. There's our teams. We duck raced a bunch of them. You all drafted. We split the Dodgers in half. kind of arbitrary, but the idea is stolen from another server. They did a crazy complicated draft. This was one of the like billion different categories that they were drafting off of. It just happened to make it a actually fairly even split. Not exactly 50-50, but a pretty good way to split the Dodgers in half as a team for this product. So, uh, just nice way to spread the ducks a little further. So yeah, that's why we went that way with it. So yeah. Ba-da-bum-bum. There we go. Hopefully the background noise isn't too annoying. The speakers are underneath the table, so I'm sure that it's Charlie Brown sounds. Wah 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 wah. But okay. I did open one of the Mitchell nests last night, so I have kind of an idea what we're doing here. And I have lots of tobacco sleeve at the ready. Although I wish I had a lot more actual sleeves. I didn't grab any more of those. I should have. Alright. There we go. I think those are going to turn into shipping boxes for sure. Here we can put these over here, I guess. Huh. All right, these are very physically large boxes. I am gonna have to rethink placement for the next handful. That's right. There we go. We'll start out with, and forgive me, I don't have all my angles memorized yet. A flying fish for our first fish of the night. We'll make a fish pile over here. Oh, I need my foam. My emotional support foam. Turn that and go like that. There we go. Wicked Curves, Don Drysdale for the Dodgers. Line a bunch of these all down like there. Alex the Great for the non-baseball spot. Licensed Therapy Bunny. Let me do even more foam this direction. Joe Torre for the Cardinals. DJ Khaled, producer. Maddox for the Cubs. Caden Dana for the Angels. Oops. And Brandon Coleman. I forgot the silver portrait. That's right. Everything else is called a foil except for this. This is called a silver portrait. Let's see. Am I top loading these as I might as well? There's about 3 of these per. I don't remember exactly from watching Brady. Okay, I see why Brady knocked this down to a couple fewer boxes. Barry Larkin, short print. Get another of those there. There we go. Zach Gallen, On the mini, you guessed it, another of those. What are these called again? I forgot the name already. I have the tab open. Let me see here. Insert Sweet Victory. That's right. Sweet Victory for the Dodgers. Mookie Betts. There we go. Paul Rust. Non-baseball spot. Where was I putting that? There we go. Matt Chapman for the Giants. I need to put my arm down. There we go. That's the answer. It's my armrest is too high. There. It's up from sorting. That makes sense. Acuna Jr. Eddie Murray for the Orioles. And behind that, Gunnar Henderson on a chrome, not a silver portrait. Man, I am going to seriously have to rethink desk space before I do the other three of these breaks because this is really cramped. Oh, we are going to make this work. It's okay. We'll get there. Come on, buddy. Kumar Rocker on the miniature. Wicked Curves for Yamamoto for the Dodgers. Barrios for the Blue Jays. Shanuel for the Angels. Alvarez Jr. for the Braves. Here's a relic for Lindor for the Mets. And behind that, silver portrait for Mattingly. Get him set up here. Get a little snip action there. Get Mr. Lindor here loaded up. There we go. All right. Onward. Let us continue. Lauren Elena on the Alan Ginter back mini. Sweet Victory Buster Posey for the Giants. Hayden Birdsong for the Giants. Drew Nix, non-baseball spot. What was I doing here? 208, 230. I think I just started two piles for no actual reason. There we go. Vlad Jr. Semyon. Suzuki. And Ron Santo short print, but that bottom there, sadly, has got a gnarly little ding in it. But nonetheless, come on, baby. There we go. Wow. And this one's a little jacked on the corner there, too. Luckily, it seems to just be that Arenado on top. Bagwell. Yep, it is a short print on the mini. Max Fried. Wicked Curves. The aforementioned Arenado with a little bite out of it there. That's fine. That's my team. Brent Rooker. Chuck Reagan. Griffin Conine. Alex Bregman. And Manny Machado on the silver portrait. All right. Let us see here. Is that game over already? Apparently. Are all the games over? We get a night game tonight, right? It's the time of year when it's no longer a given, and that makes me sad. Grouper is our fish. Put that over here with the fishes. Sweet victory here for Buster Posey for the Giants. Gary Sheffield for the Dodgers. Fergie Jenkins for the Cubs. Ty Verdes, musician. David Festa for the Twins. Yeah. Larson on a foil filigree short print. And Johnny Mize short print. Let's see. Was I top loading those yet? I'm probably going to do it eventually. I don't remember. I do really need a 3-stand shelf. I need to overhaul the whole situation, quite honestly. Like, this is a good temporary setup, but I outgrew it a few breaks ago. Maybe in January. We will see. If it's anything like last year, the problem is that the pre-orders will be here before long, and then I will make a couple of excuses during the couple of weeks that I have to work with, and boom, they'll be here, and then it'll be May. So, you know. All right. Judge for the Yankees. Joe Morgan for the Reds. C.J. Abrams for the Nets. Altuve for the Astros. Bert Blevin for the Twins on a silver portrait short print. And also Dansby Swanson for the Cubs on the silver portrait. Brooks Lee for the Twins on a rookie miniature. And then David Cohn for the Yankees on Wicked Curves insert. We can put him over here. I wonder if that's why there were two piles. Nope. That was not secretly a short print that I forgot about. Okay, we're good. Maybe I should just be sleeving the silver portraits. But at this point, we're kind of in for a penny. Alright, Light the Night, Diamond Head. Let's see. Honolulu, Hawaii. Number 28 in the set. Here, we can put it down here. The Anaheim Angels, David Eckstein, Sweet Victory. Zach Wheeler for the Phillies. Corbin Carroll, Diamondbacks. Juan Soto for the Mets. Buster Posey for the Giants. Ha-Seong Kim for the Dodgers. And on the short print, Phil Rizzuto for the Yankees. Just do it. Might as well. Or wait, they're up here and I haven't been. There we go. That's what I lost. Alright. Now I'm put back together. Yeah, alright, we're good. We're good. We know what we're doing, allegedly. Okay. On top here, we've got a black border, Logan Webb for the Giants. Dwight Gooden on the Wicked Curves, Mets. Chad Gilbert. Cody Bellinger, Yankees. Lou Bob for the White Sox. Kyle Tucker, Cubs. Alec Boehm, Phillies. And Andre Lauderer, race driver. Or I guess he could be a race manager. I didn't read the whole thing. Oh, I really don't want to watch 60 minutes. There we go. Switch channel. Okay. Kat Dennings on the miniature. Do I have... Am I mixing celebs in with this one? I might be. No. I think I'm mixing the short prints in. That's what I'm thinking of. Oh well. Sweet Victory. Dodgers. Freddie Freeman. Josh Rawich. Big ding in the back. And that's weird because it's midway through the pack, so that means it got inserted that way. Lame. Huh. Corbin Burns, Diamondbacks. Freddie Fermin, formerly of the Royals, much to my disappointment. Sad. Greg Barnett, non-baseball. Jaron Duran, Red Sox. And Joe DiMaggio on the short print. Come on. There we go. There we go. Kerry Carpenter for the Tigers on the Alan Ginter back. Sparky Lyle for the Yankees on the Wicked Curves insert. Seth Meyers, non-baseball spot. Willie Adames, Giants. Daniel Schneemann, Guardians. Xander Bogaerts, Padres. Austin Riley, Braves. And Jorge Posada, Yankees, silver portrait. Okay. Buster Posey for the Giants on the miniature. Sweet victories. Derek Jeter for the Yankees. Chef reactions. Go. Pujols, Cardinals. Dario Franchitti Racing, non-baseball spot. Lou Gehrig, Yankees. George Kirby, Mariners. And Kirby Puckett, short print, Twins. Alright, that's halfway. Give me just a moment here. I need to switch to comfier pants. These are not sitting around breaking pants. These are going outside and dealing with things pants. There we go. That's better. Put on some comfy rags. All right. There we go. Another black border. Max Fried for the Yankees. Jim Palmer for the Orioles on the Wicked Curves. Bryce Trang, Brewers. Bobby Witt Jr., Royals. Skylar Aston, actor, non-baseball spot. Kyle Schwarber for the Phillies. Mark McGwire, Cardinals. And Franchitti Racing, non-baseball spot on the silver portrait. Alright, Naylor, Diamondbacks on the miniature. Joe Carter for the Blue Jays on the Sweet Victories. Corey Seager for the Rangers. Abner Powell for the Washington Nationals. Roki Sasaki for the Dodgers. Emma Roberts, non-baseball spot. Jace Young, Tigers. Willie McCovey, Giants. On the short print. There we go. Allen and Ginter back. Ricky Henderson, miniature. San Diego, Joe Musgrove on the Wicked Curves. O'Neill Cruz for the Pirates. Carlton Fisk, Red Sox. Here's, red ink auto, sick. Lou Gehrig, silver portrait. Let's get that out of the way here. Red ink mini framed auto coming up, y'all. Hell yes. All right. Get Contreras out of the way here, Brewers. Here we go. Ortiz for the Red Sox. It is numbered 3 out of 10. There you go. How about that? We love seeing red ink. Let me see here. You know, I'm going to go 59 point. There's a reason for that. You see, we talked before about how these are sometimes off center. You want a 59 point to get a little grip so that you can give it a little tap. There we go, to center it back up. Look at that. I told y'all in chat that I've dealt with these a little. Well, I've dealt with these a little. That was pretty much first try. I didn't have to sit here and dicker with it. Yeah. There's a margin on the bottom that I didn't even attempt for. I just wanted to get it left, right, center. So, hell yeah. So there you are. Red ink out of 10, David Ortiz. How about that to get things really rolling? And we're still on the first box because I am going slow as hell, aren't I? I will counter that it is the sort of product that lends itself to going nice and slowly. This isn't the kind of product you rush. Andrew Bishop, the musician. If you're in a rush, why are you ripping a product like this, right? Rip paper update. Or better yet, rip Breaker's Delights. Brett Saberhagen, Royals, Sweet Victories. Fitzgerald, Giants. Joey. Huh. Graziotti? I'm going to go with Graziotti. But I do not even speak a teeny tiny bit of Italian. I'm not even Italian adjacent speaking. Like, the closest I can get is I speak good enough Spanish to understand a few words of French and Portuguese. It's not even close to Italian. So, but we're going to go with Joey Graziotti. I hope that's close. Non-baseball spot. Jamie Chung, actress. Hank Aaron for the Braves. Worrell Hershiser, Dodgers. And Johnny Bench. Excuse me. Pardon. Johnny Bench on the short print. I can tell when I get to the end of one bag and start the next bag of penny sleeves. The end starts to curl just a little bit. It gets harder to get them in. You get about 5 or 6 more in and it'll be fine again. All right. Our fish is the bonito. Do you feel bonito? 50 fish from Global Waters. Trevor Hoffman, Wicked Curves for the Padres. Mackenzie Gore for the Nets. Scott Boras, baseball agent, non-baseball spot, ironically, but yes, non-baseball team spot. Nick Kurtz for the A's. Trey Turner, Phillies. Mike Schmidt, Phillies. And another one, DJ Khaled. This time on the silver portrait. I do kind of hope that we keep hitting him, because I want to keep saying that. It would be absolutely sick to hit a DJ Khaled auto, and I'm not even bought in on that spot. uh, there it is. Ozzie Smith on the miniature. Kirk Gibson, Sweet Victories. Cade Horton for the Cubs. Willie Mays, Giants. Larry David, non-baseball spot. Edgar Kara, White Sox. Ha-Seong Kim on the Chrome card. And then finally Gaylord Perry, Giants on the short print at the back. Actually, you should be up here. How about you go there and you go there? There we go. Perfect. Excellent. Fantastic. Outstanding. Marching on we go. Another black border foil. Jackie Robinson for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Catfish Hunter for the Oakland A's. Wicked Curves insert. Otani for the Dodgers. Andrew Jones for the Braves. Pedro Martinez for the Red Sox. Marte. There we go. Diamondbacks. Richard Kind, actor on the Refractor Chrome. And Zach Gallen, excuse me, on the Silver Portrait. Sorry. Sleeves just went everywhere. Okay. Excuse me. There it is. Luis Robert Jr., White Sox on the miniature. Babe Ruth, Sweet Victories. James Wood for the Nats. McCutcheon, Pirates. Randy Johnson, Diamondbacks. DJ Mighty My, or Mighty Me, I'm honestly not sure which. Non-baseball spot. Lou Brock, Cardinales. And Raleigh Fingers for the A's on the short print. Well, I don't know why I did that because I'm not doing any of these others. I might do it later, but I'm not doing it this moment. And that only matters because it'll get really weird trying to organize and shuffle things around if I'm inconsistent. Bob Gibson for the Cardinals on an Alan Ginter back. Fergie Jensen for the Cubs on the Wicked Curves insert. Gunnar Henderson for the Orioles. Yu Darvish for the Padres. Marcelo Mayer for the Red Sox. Langford, Rangers. Paul Molitor for the Twins. And Kumar Rocker for the Texas Rangers on the silver portrait. Ooh, we found a chrome miniature. Seiya Suzuki for the Cubs. I didn't know that there were chrome miniatures in here. Kirk Gibson for the Dodgers on the Sweet Victories. Excuse me, Peter Weber, the pilot for the non-baseball spot. Caesar Tovar for the Minnesota Twins. Max Muncy, Athletics. Jacob deGrom for the Rangers. Acuna Jr. for the Braves on the Chrome card. And finally, Luis Aparicio for the White Sox on the short print behind that. All right. Oregon State Bird, the Western Meadowlark, Sandy Koufax on the Wicked Curves, Derek Jeter with a dinged up corner, Yankees, Big Sean the Rapper, non-baseball spot, Tom Marshall, musician, non-baseball spot, Yadi Molina, Cardinals, Moises Ballesteros for the Cubs, and Ezequiel Tovar for the Rockies on the silver portrait, aka foil. Satchel Paige for the St. Louis Browns. I forget. That is Cardinals? I go off of whatever the team list on Beckett says typically. So, SV5, Sweet Victories. Freddie Freeman, Atlanta Braves. Chase Dollander for the Rockies, rather. Mr. Eon, rapper. Never heard of him. Jazz Chisholm Jr. for the Yankees. Tom May, the guitarist. Tim Elko for the White Sox on a foil filigree, and George Brett for the Royals on a short print behind that. Wait, again. Although that time I think honestly I just skipped an action in my head. It is super cold outside. So after getting back from walking the dog, I bundled up and I'm still wearing my hoodie, and that is making me in turn really sleepy. So, because I'm not normally a bundle up around the house type. I run kind of warm typically. So, all right, that won't cooperate with us, but it was a nice idea. It's fine. We'll just go like that. All right, so that's box 1. Oh man, this is a lot of stuff on the desk. This is such a bulky product. Wow. Okay. All right. We'll be fine. I'm just gonna leave those and pile on them for one box, and then I'll deal with it after the second. I am gonna move. Oops. Sorry about that, y'all. Didn't mean to shake you. I am gonna move the base card stack. That'll help things. We'll move that each time. Okay. All right. Lorraine Lighthouse. Where's that? Lorraine, Ohio. All right. Lighthouses are over there. Dennis Eckersley for the A's on the Wicked Curves. Drewski, the comedian, for the non-baseball spot. Bo Bichette, Blue Jays. Christian Yelich, Brewers. Jackie Robinson for the Dodgers. Jim Tome and Josh Naylor, Diamondbacks, with Jim Tome specifically being the short print. Both of them silver portraits. My board back here becomes more crowded already on just pack number 1. Josh Rawitch on the miniature. Andrew Jones for the Braves on the Sweet Victories. Michelle Fitzgerald, Reality TV for the non-baseball spot. Bob Gibson, Cardinals. Julio Rodriguez for the Mariners. Tim Elko for the White Sox. Justin Henry Malloy for the Tigers. And Larry Walker, short print for the Rockies. Go like that. There we go. All right, Jorge Posada for the Yankees on the miniature. Juan Marichal for the Giants on the Wicked Curves. Leslie Arfin, writer, artist for the non-baseball spot. Michael McGreevy, Cardinals. And Stan Musial, Cardinals. Ted Williams for the Red Sox. And Christian Campbell for the Red Sox. Andrew Bishop, musician, on the silver portrait for the non-baseball spot. Allen and Ginter back miniature. Nola for the Phils. There. Altuve for the Astros with Sweet Victories. Wes Bergman, reality TV star. Kerry Carpenter for the Tigers. Eric Keane, musician. 282. Josh Naylor for the Diamondbacks. Seth Lugo for the Royals. And Roger Maris for the Yankees on the short print. Zebby Matthews for the Twins, miniature. Felix Hernandez for the Mariners on the Wicked Curves. Lauren Elena, American Idol singer, non-baseball spot. Ryan Bliss for the Mariners. Andrew Bishop again. John Kenzie Noel, Guardians. Hunter Green for the Reds. And Ozzie Smith for the Cardinals on the silver portrait. Cool. Okay, this is beach in it. Elephanisi bit. The Mediterranean? Okay. God, they're so small. Can't read them. I guess we'll put that there. Beaches will go at the end there. Luis Gonzalez for the Diamondbacks on the sweet victories. Sajasi for the Cardinals. Reggie Jackson, Athletics. Ozzie Smith, Cardinals. Tatis Jr., Padres. Logan Gilbert, Mariners. And Jim Rice, Red Sox. Jim Rice is, of course, a short print. He's also got a little jacked up spot on the bottom. Damn you, Tops. Damn you and your rollers. Why can't you take better care of your cards? Brittany Snow, the actress, on the miniature. Chris Sale for the Braves on Wicked Curves. Riley Green for the Tigers. Grant McCrae for the Giants. Skylar Aston, non-baseball spot. William Contreras, Brewers. Oral Hershiser, Dodgers. And Tim Elko, silver portrait for the White Sox. Oh, my back is bugging me. 1 second. Oh, okay. All right. The Illinois state bird is the cardinal. David Ortiz for the Red Sox on the sweet victory. Zach Richel, or Richel, non-baseball spot. Brandon Nimmo for the Mets. Roki Sasaki for the Dodgers. Emma Roberts, non-baseball spot. Trey Turner for the Phillies. Mike Messina, short print for the Orioles. Alright, another black border, Ramirez for the Marlins. Nice rookie card there. Christy Mathewson for the Giants on the Wicked Curves. Fichtner, the actor, for the non-baseball spot. Hernandez, Mariners. O'Neill Cruz, hey, nice relic. Pirates, Swanson for the Cubs, and then behind that, Stan Musial, silver portrait. Get him stuffed away real quick here. And then we'll grab Mr. Swanson here. Actually, I'll grab one of these first. There we go. Dansby Swanson, Chicago Cubs. There's no way to read that. I know. I suppose we'll cover him up. Larry Walker, short print on the miniature. Behind that, Alex Bregman on the Sweet Victories. Ethan Zone, TV personality, and Jamie Chung, actress, both for the non-baseball spot. Hank Aaron, Braves. Mike Schmidt, Phillies. Orlando Cepeda for the Giants on the foil filigree. And then behind that, Walter Johnson for the Washington Nationals on the short print. And that is a gold foil filigree. I just caught that. I was not paying close enough attention to the color. That Cepeda is in fact numbered 1 out of 50. It is bookending. I'll do that so you can kind of see it there. 1 out of 50. Cool shit, huh? Yeah. So, I know my lovely array of LEDs, high quality as they are, that is sarcasm, definitely lends itself to accurately telling the difference between silver and gold. Yes, that's also sarcasm. Matt Chapman for the Giants on the Allen Ginter back. Santana for the Twins, Wicked Curves insert. Matthew Boyd, Cubs. Romine for the Tigers. Kurtz, Athletics. Caro for the White Sox. Ernie Banks for the Cubs. And Eric Keene, musician, silver portrait for the non-baseball spot. With apologies to him for burying him at the very back. But that is where I have space. All right, Max Muncy, also an Allen Ginter back. Miniature. Mark Burrell, White Sox, Wicked Curves. Satchel Paige, St. Louis Browns, full size. Jax, a Muppet-like creature that is probably not a Muppet for legal reasons. Brandon Coleman, musician. Matt Shaw, Cubs. George Sizzler, St. Louis Browns. And on the silver portrait, Jackson Jobe for the Detroit Tigers. I don't know. Pick a side, wherever. Oh, God. Sugano for the Orioles on the miniature. Scott Rowland, Cardinals on the Sweet Victory. Ichiro for the Mariners. Willie Mays, Giants. Larry David, non-baseball spot. Dizzy Dean for the Cardinals. Peter Weber, pilot, non-baseball spot, chrome card, and Mel Ott, Giants. The short print. Oh, I don't know. I'll just stick it there. Okay. I have to get up and move again. Oh, God. My back is locking up already. Oh, that helps a little, though. All right. Let me grab my thing of water from downstairs and then we'll do the other half of this box. Habba. That is a good dog. Oh, my water is empty. Of course it is. Do 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 do. Mana mana. Do 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 do. Mana mana. Boop 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 do 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 do. Lawsuit incoming. Water refilled. All right, much better. All right. Laura Perpon, Donna from 70 Show on the miniature. Joe Morgan, Cincinnati Reds on the Sweet Victory. Excuse me, Darryl Strawberry for the Mets. Shine, rapper and politician. Don Mattingly, Yankees. Machado for the Padres. Keschel for the Twins. And Ivan Rodriguez for the Florida Marlins. Come on. There we go. All right. There we go. We've got another state bird here, Michigan, the robin. And then Greg Maddux for the Braves on a wicked curve. Tony Gwynn for the Padres. Bryce Harper for the Phillies. Christy Mathewson for the Giants. And Dylan Cease for the Padres on a relic card. And then Logan Webb in the back there on the silver portrait for the Giants. Yes. All right. There we go. Got you all gussied up there. Alan Ginter, relic card, Dylan Cease, Padrinos. So I guess that would be a Alan Ginter logo image logo variation, not image variation. Forgive me, but or would it actually be image? In any event, I do believe that is a variation. Is my point that I'm trying to make. FYI. All right. Xander Bogaerts for the Padres. Miniature. Miguel Cabrera, back when he was a Florida Marlin, on the sweet victory. Spencer Steer, Reds. Jose Ramirez, Guardians. Zach Gallen, Diamondbacks. Kumar Rocker, Rangers. Jorge Soler, Angels. Dennis Eckersley, A's. What am I doing? There we go. Adrian Beltre, Rangers, short print, miniature. Don Sutton for the Dodgers on the Wicked Curves. Jackson Merrill, Padres. Brooks Lee for the Twins. Ezekiel Tovar for the Rockies. Chipper Jones for the Braves. Luis Arias for the Padres. And Brittany Snow on the Silver Portrait for the non-baseball spot. Riley Green for the Tigers on an Alan Ginter back miniature. Ryan Howard for the Phillies on a sweet victory. Ozzie Albies for the Braves. Tyler Locklear for the Mariners. Steve Carlton for the Phillies. Roger Hornsby for the Cardinals. Jacob Wilson for the A's on a chrome card. And Orlando Cepeda on a short print. Okay. You are also actually chrome. I think I'm just going to do a pile of y'all in the front there. We'll just do that. That's going to have to work. Ooh. Very nice. Juan Soto, 15 out of 25 orange chrome for the Mets on the miniature. Get that doctored up in a second here. Andy Pettit for the Yankees on the Wicked Curves. I forgot what I came up with for the pronunciation, so I'm just not going to try. The Italian guy. The Italian guy in the Phillies jersey for the non-baseball spot. Mackenzie Gore for the Nats. DJ Hers also for the Nats. Salvi for the Royals. Oops, I don't know why I put him over there. DJ Khaled, another one. This time it's a chrome refractor and a silver portrait for Garrett Cole, Yankees. I'm happy I do get to say another one. DJ Khaled. We the best music. Okay, let's get you. How about that, huh? 15 out of 25. Cool. Put you there, because why not? I feel like you'll slip out of the little stand holder. Okay, onward. Man. All right, Acuna, Alan Ginter back. Joe Carter for the Blue Jays on the sweet victories. Scott Boras for the non-baseball spot. Cade Horton for the Cubs. Andre Lauder racing non-baseball spot. Jorge Posada, Yankees. Jackson Churio, Brewers, and Bert Blevin, Twins on the short print. Anglerfish. Sorry. Oral Hershiser, Wicked Curves. Alexis Ohanian. Will Clark with the Giants. Brett Campaneris with the A's. Roger Clemens with the Red Sox. Mason Wynn, Cardinals. And Jacob Wilson, A's, on the silver portrait. Steve Carlton for the Phillies on the chrome miniature. Mets win the World Series. Sweet victory. Shane Halter, Tigers. Babe Ruth, Yankees. Kat Dennings, non-baseball spot. Cal Ripken Jr., Orioles. Lauren Elena on a chrome card, and then Jim Tome for the White Sox on the short print. Alright, got another black border miniature here. It's Dizzy Dean, Cardinals. Here's my black borders. Burt Blevin on the Wicked Curves insert. Kirk Gibson, Dodgers. Chandler Simpson for the Tampa Bay Rays. Freddie Freeman, Dodgers. Brett Lauder for the Twins. Roberto Clemente for the Pirates. And Andy Pettit. Sorry, my brain is starting to short circuit. Astros. Alright, let's finish this last pack here on box number 2. Here we go. Ichiro miniature. Regular one. Yankees win the pennant. Giancarlo Stanton. Sweet victory. Clayton Kershaw, Dodgers. Mick Abel, Phillies. Victor Mesa Jr., Marlins. 300 is regular. It'd be 301 would be the short print. Stanton, Yankees. J-Rod for the Mariners on foil filigree. And Yogi Berra, Yankees on the short print. Good deal. Okay. All right. Give me another moment here. All right. We'll just keep stretching it out in between boxes. We'll get through it. All right. All right. Oh, I know why I wasn't filling in cards there. Because that's where the packs go. Silly me. Oh, that's fine. There we go. We got it. We're fine. All good. Okay. Real fast here. That stack is going to be problematic enough without me encouraging it. We'll try to get it in as good of a shape to start out as we can. All right, there's Libby Dunn. Allen and Ginter back, parallel specifically. Fergie Jenkins, Wicked Curves, insert. Alexis Ohanian again. Reddit co-founder, non-baseball spot. Will Clark for the Giants. Lou Gehrig, Yankees. Nolan Chanuel, Angels. Nacho Alvarez Jr., Braves. And then Alec Boehm for the Phillies. Does this actually? It does actually. Alright, well then I guess we'll do that. Alright. Will Clark, San Francisco, miniature. Kirk Gibson, Dodgers on the sweet victory. Another one, DJ Khaled, base card for the non-baseball. Matt Chapman, Giants. Nice. We'll go this way. And we'll get Suzuki out here. And we'll get this Larson short print out of the way for the Yankees. And we'll swear at our penny sleeves again for being curled. And behind our chrome card is, all right, Nolan Ryan for the California Angels on a green 99. Okay. And that's a chrome green. Not a standard foil. I believe there's both, right? $41 out of 99. Excuse me. All right. Ohio. Also the Cardinal. Original. Sandy Koufax for the Dodgers on the Wicked Curves. Shane Halter, Tigers. Kirk Gibson, Dodgers. Ronald Acuna Jr., Braves. Agustin Ramirez, relic card for the Miami Marlins. And then Jarren Duran, Red Sox on the silver portrait. like that it's a screaming bright blue swatch too. That's cool. All right. I guess we'll cover up that one. Why not? Shane Halter for the Tigers. Freddie Freeman for the Braves on the sweet victories. Chandler Simpson for the Rays. Kershaw, Dodgers. Barrios, Blue Jays. Guerrero Jr., Blue Jays. Conine, Marlins. And Bunning, Phillies. Cubs, Sox, or Giants. Dansby Swanson, framed relic for the Cubs. Cubs, Sox, and Giants. Cubs, Sox, and Giants. Sepeda Giants out of 50. Gold foil filigree. That's kind of cool. Those are the big couple. The board's pretty crowded. Do not have a lot of room to work here, so the recap is going to definitely be valuable at the end. Hopper for the Phillies. Warren Spahn for the Braves on the wicked curves. Abel, Phillies. Satchel Paige, Browns. Semyon for the Rangers. Bregman, Red Sox. Festa for the Twins. And Xander Bogaerts, excuse me, Silver Portrait for the Padres. There we go. All right. Just find a spot. Oh, that one hurt. Ow. Austin Riley on the AG back parallel miniature. Kirby Puckett for the Twins on Sweet Victories. There's our little puppet friend Jax again for the non-baseball spot. Darryl Strawberry for the Mets. Chuck Reagan, musician on baseball. Fergie Jenkins for the Cubs. Pedro Martinez for the Red Sox. And Vlad Guerrero, Angels. Short print. Jose Barrios for the Blue Jays. There's a little chewed up at the top there. A couple little dimples in it. On the backside, not front. Wicked Curves, John Smoltz. Shine for the non-baseball spot. Tony Gwynn, Padres. Marte, Diamondbacks. Lou Brock, Cardinals. Imanaga on a chrome refractor, followed by Riley for the Braves on a silver portrait. Loggerhead Lighthouse in Key West, Florida. Red Sox, Chris Sale, Sweet Victories. Harper for the Phils. Steer for the Reds. Ty Verdes. Randy Johnson, Diamondbacks. Wyatt Langford, Rangers. And Willie McCovey, Giants. Short print. Black border miniature Hershiser for the Dodgers. Max Scherzer on the Wicked Curves for the Blue Jays. Jose Ramirez for the Guardians. Jackson Merrill for the Padres. DJ Mighty Me, the Rapper for the non-baseball spot. Paul Molitor for the Twins. Jacob deGrom for the Rangers. And George Kirby for the Mariners on the silver portrait. Chrome miniature for Mookie Betts, Dodgers. The Red Sox, Manny Ramirez, Sweet Victories. Brooks Lee, Twins. Marcelo Mayer, Red Sox. Cesar Tovar, Twins. Yadi Molina, Cardinals. John Hall, Drummer, non-baseball spot on the Chrome card. Oh, scratch there. We'll fix them up in a second. And Johnny Bench, the Reds, short print. Clayton Kershaw, Alan Ginter back parallel on the miniature. Wicked Curves, Whitey Ford. Ozzie Albies with the Braves. Aaron Judge, Yankees. Max Muncy, A's. Ballesteros, Cubs. Robert Hassel III with Nats. And Greg Maddux with the Cubs on the silver portrait. Ellie De La Cruz on the miniature. Derek Jeter on the Sweet Victory. Joe Morgan, Reds. Zach Wheeler for the Phillies. Tom Marshall, musician for the non-baseball spot. Jazz Chisholm Jr., Yankees. Willie Mays, foil filigree. It is silver this time for the Giants. And Gaylord Perry for the Giants. Excuse me. Short print. just go there for now, even though I know I'll have to move you in a minute. All right. Trey Turner, 141. Regular. Yamamoto, Wicked Curve. Cool glove. Alcantara for the Cubs. Aldegri for the Angels. Kyle Tucker for the Cubs. Alec Baum for the Phillies. A-Rod on the short print. And then Altuve on the regular silver portrait. I do not know even a tiny bit where I have been filling and where I've not. I've not been keeping track. Partly because I can't reach it. Alright, hang on a second here. Okay, I should be back. There we go. Getting rid of my hoodie. There we go. Fix what I knocked around there. Okay. Gunnar Henderson on the Allen Ginter back mini. Buster Posey for the Giants on the Sweet Victories. Dylan Cruz, Nationals. Bryce Terang, Brewers. Steve Carlton, Phillies. Soto for the Mets. Duran, Red Sox. Robin Yount for the Brewers. Short print. Huh. I managed to pause the game. Oops. I don't know how I did that. Black border miniature. Kirby Puckett for the Twins. Max Fried, Yankees, Wicked Curves insert. Bobby Witt Jr., Royals. Seager, Rangers. Posey for the Giants. Bogarts for the Padres. Riley for the Braves. And Ha-Seong Kim for the Dodgers on the silver portrait. Got a sunfish. A sunfish. Buster Posey, Sweet Victory. Abner Powell for the Washington Nationals. Tyler Fitzgerald, Giants. Lou Bob, White Sox. Freddie Fermin, Royals. George Kirby, Mariners. And Tim Raines, Expos, short print. All right, Schneeman for the Guardians, Black Border Miniature, Catfish Hunter for the A's, Wicked Curves, Graziotti, hopefully, maybe, non-baseball spot. Gore for the Nats, Greg Barnett, musician for the non-baseball spot. Maddox, Cubs, Dana for the Angels, and Cal Tucker, Cubs, the silver portrait. And this Tucker's got a little ding at the bottom, and also handful of these now have all had that. So definitely a packaging line process issue. Someone's jamming something or clamping something or squeezing something too hard or whatever the hell. Harmon Killebrew, short print miniature for the Twins. Babe Ruth, Sweet Victories for the Yankees. Scott Boras, non-baseball spot. Cade Horton, Cubs. Schneeman, again, for the Guardians. Franchitti for racing, non-baseball spot. Eddie Murray, Orioles. And at the back here, Cy Young for Boston. Short print action there. Carlton Fisk for the Red Sox on the black border. Dwight Gooden, Wicked Curves. McGreevy, Cardinals. Wes Bergman, MTV Superstar. Victor Mesa Jr., Miami Marlins. This pile, not that one. Cashel for the Twins, Christy Mathewson for the Giants, and Luis Arias for the Padres on the silver portrait. Abner Powell, Washington Nationals. Is that standard back? Yes. Okay. Wow, brain, come on. Freddie Freeman, Dodgers. Sweet Victories. Kerry Carpenter for the Tigers. Lauren Elena, non-baseball spot. Giancarlo Stanton for the Yankees. Brandon Coleman for the non-baseball spot. Jorge Soler, the Angels, and Dick Allen for the Phillies. All right. Hayden Birdsong for the Giants. Allen and Ginter back parallel. The Yankees, Derek Jeter on Sweet Victory. Don Mattingly, Yankees. Chipper Jones, Braves. Roger Hornsby on the silver portrait for the Cardinals. It's regular numbering. Not the short print. Behind Arias is Snow. Brittany Snow, the actress. All right, there's our autograph for this box. We're potentially one of. You never know. We have 3 packs left. There could be a hidden one. Nice. Another success. All right. Snow autograph for the non-baseball spot. Pays off again. All right. Daryl Strawberry for the Mets on the miniature. Sparky Lyle for the Yankees on the Wicked Curves. Ryan Bliss, Mariners. JC, Cardinals. Machado for the Padres. Gallen, Diamondbacks. Hornsby for the Cardinals. And Pee Wee Reese for the Dodgers. All right. Roki Sasaki on the N222 miniature insert. Just add room down here, I guess. There we go. Don Drysdale. Dodgers on the Wicked Curves. Reggie Jackson, Athletics, base card. Ben Rice, Yankees. Kumar Rocker, Texas Rangers. CJ Abrams, Nationals. Jose Altuve, Astros. And Abrams again on the silver portrait this time for the Nationals. Brittany Snow, actress. There we go. All right. Oh wait, I got halfway through that and switched what I was doing. Typical for me. Oh my god. Everything in this house is so staticky right now, and these packs are just flying every direction except the trash can. Shine on the miniature. There we go. Dodgers, Mookie Betts, Sweet Victories, Sagano, Tovar, Rockies, Locklear, Mariners, Kim for the Dodgers, Seth Meyers, Chrome card, and then Biggio for the Astros on the short print. All right. That's box 3. Oh, it's Alan Ginter back, so it doesn't even give you the. Oh, here. We've got her silver portrait up here. We can just grab her up here. All right, here's her bio. I don't know if you'll be able to read it. Model at the tender age of 3 who became an actress on the soap opera Guiding Light in her teens. Hairspray, Pitch Perfect, Parachute premiered at South by Southwest. So there you have it. Okay. We are at the halfway point. I'll switch it up. I'm going to grab the Michelin Ness. Let's see what we get out of this. Depending, I might pause things after this. Take a little break. Just because my back is not happy. I don't know. I hate doing it, but like I'm kind of torn because on one hand, if I pause, I'm not gonna want to keep going. But I really don't want to split it into 2 nights either. So that's what makes me think that maybe if I just pause for 20 minutes and stretch everything out and keep going, I don't know, maybe that'll help. Or maybe it won't. I really can't tell you. It sounds like someone cracking their knuckles, though, when I shift around. Okay. O'Neill, standard back. That's right, we're going to have red backs. I guess I'll use my extra space on that far left there. Bruce Sutter for the Cardinals on the Sweet Victory. Shanuel, Angels. Al Kaline, Tigers. Eric Keene, musician. Oops, there's the Mitchell and Ness one. Diamondbacks, Josh Naylor, base card. All right, Mitchell and Ness, parallel, miniature, Dalton Rushing for the Dodgers. We'll put him all the way over here. Jim Tome, short print. And in fact, put him upside down to remind me that's what we're doing there. It's probably a good idea. Okay. I've got a relic hiding behind here. Alright. Well, first, though, we've got a Ryan Sandberg miniature card. And a Bob Gibson Wicked Curves. Nacho Alvarez Jr. for the Braves. Seiya Suzuki for the Cubs. Andrew Bishop, non-baseball spot. Ozzie Smith for the Cardinals. Oh, it's an auto. Zach DeZenzo for the Astros. So, duck race teams strike again. There you go. Nice. All right. I guess we're gonna put him here. Both these filigrees are gonna go here with the filigrees. What am I going to do with the green dude? I absolutely need more uh, stand dudes. Well, I guess we're just going to put him there for the time being. Although now this... Here. You are just going to have to go on top of Lindor then. It's too thick with 2 relics already in there. Okay. Onward. Black border here for Yamamoto. Oops. Come back here. Yamamoto for the Dodgers. Black border mini. The Athletics, Mark McGuire on the Sweet Victories. Coney, Marlins. Sway Calloway, Radio Hall of Famer, non-baseball spot. Lawrence Butler, Athletics. Tatis Jr., Padres. Byron Buxton, Twins. And Yogi Berra, short print. Oops, 2 of them here. Tyler O'Neill on the Mitchell and Ness back parallel mini. Then also the Tiger Shark. Kershaw on our Wicked Curves. Bregman, Red Sox. Festa, Twins. Keenan Thompson, the comedian. Get back here. Kobe Mayo, Orioles. And Garrett Cole for the Yankees on the... No, that's regular. No short print. Okay. They're messing with me. Presumably because we had the 2 miniatures. Sutter. Allen and Ginter back. And it's a short print on top of that for the Cardinals. Juan Soto for the Nats. Martinez, Red Sox. Snell, Dodgers. Taylor Rooks, sports journalist, non-baseball spot. Jacob Wilson for the A's. Mason Wynn on an Allen Ginter back. And Ivan Rodriguez, short print. Yeah, okay. Just convinced that I have to have overlooked a short print, but no. No, we're good as far as I can tell. Okay. Conine. Martinez, Wicked Curves. Marte, Diamondbacks. Jimenez, Blue Jays. Brian Cranston, actor, non-baseball. Pettit, Astros. Jackson Jobe, Tigers. And Christian Campbell, Red Sox, Chrome card. Thurman Munson, miniature for the Yankees. Holiday for the Rockies. Lou Brock, Cardinals. Ty Cobb, Tigers. Logan Webb, Giants. Brittany Snow again, non-baseball spot. Ryan Sandberg on a Mitchell and Ness parallel mini, and Dennis Eckersley for the A's on a short print. Cal Raleigh, Mariners, standard back at Jim Palmer, Wicked Curves. Go. Langford, Rangers, Paul Molitor, Twins, Clark for the A's, Campanella for the Dodgers, Dansby Swanson for the Cubs, Lauderer for the non-baseball spot. The Pacific football fish. Interesting. Blue Jays. Joe Carter. Sweet victories. DeGrom. Rangers. Imanaga. Cubs. Good catch. Thorpe. White Sox. Posada for the Yankees. Campaneris for the A's. And Cepeda for the Giants. Couple of minis here. George Kirby, here we go. On the red M&N back. Put that there. And then Jimmy Rollins for the Phillies on a regular miniature. CC Sabatha, Wicked Curves, Hornsby for the Cardinals. CJ Abrams, Nats. Drew Nix for the non-baseball spot. Mookie Betts, Dodgers. And Raffy Devers for the Giants. No Yankees ink so far, no. So far, our autographs are just the Ortiz, DeZenzo, and Brittany Snow. Chapman on the black border mini. Twins, Kirby Puckett, Sweet Victories. Altuve, Astros. Arenado, Cardinals. Rooker, Athletics. Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers on a relic. And Messina, short print for the Orioles. Oh, God. Sleep's going everywhere. All right, there we go. Good old Clayton Kershaw. Yeah, I don't know. I'll take some of these down in a minute or something. I gotta deal with the pile of silver portraits. They're growing too large. I kind of knew I was causing myself trouble when I started doing that. Point Bonita Lighthouse. Sausalito, California. Oops, sorry. Berryzito Athletics. Hasim Kim, Dodgers. Kyle Tucker, Cubs. Gary Sheffield, Dodgers. Otani, Dodgers. Skylar Aston, actor for the non-baseball spot, and Roki Sasaki. Y'all keep asking me like I have any functioning long-term memory whatsoever. I see the same thing that you all do. There is a J-Rod filigree foil here. No, we're gonna have to do recap at the end because yeah, these are all stacked a few deep already. But no, I do not remember anything that is not on the surface level. It's all of this falls off as soon as I can't see it. So, McGreevy Cardinals. That one's a and G back. Yes, my memory really truly is that short. Like I can't stress how little retention I have. Mitchell and Ness back. Chan-Ho Park for the Dodgers. Dalton Rushing, Dodgers, regular. Bohm, Phillies. Andrew Jones, Braves. Emma Roberts, non-baseball spot. Walter Johnson, short print. And Alec Bohm, sweet victories. Oh yeah, no, I understand, Pete. I get it. Chan-Ho Park, Dodgers. This time regular back. Tom Seaver. Mets. Duran, Red Sox. Bogarts, Padres. Wood, Nationals. Pirates, McCutcheon. Cruz, also Pirates. And Jamie Chung, actress. There it is. Okay. Vlad Guerrero, short print, Angels, miniature. David Ortiz, Red Sox. Sweet victories. Austin Riley, Braves. Gunnar Henderson, Orioles. Yu Darvish, Padres. Hank Aaron, Braves. Nick Kurtz, Athletics. And Roger Maris, Yankees. Short print. Okay. All right, here we go. A gold border. Mason Wynn, Cardinals. I did not have a spot set aside for those, but I did start randomly putting these in that middle spot when they don't. Those aren't even a thing. That's two different things lumped together. So I guess we'll just put gold there. Jimmy Rollins, Phillies. Mitchell and Ness, parallel. Steve Carlton, Wicked Curves. George Kirby. Mariners. Greg Maddux, Cubs. Peter Weber, non-baseball spot. Willie Mays, Giants, and Larry David, non-baseball spot. Okay. Diamond Lady Lighthouse, Morehead City, North Carolina. Mark Beerley, Sweet Victory. Caden Dana, Angels. Derek Jeter, Yankees. Big Sean, the rapper, for the non-baseball spot. J-Rod, Mariners. Tim Elko, White Sox. And Bert Blevin for the Twins on the short print. Adley Rutschman on Alan Ginterback miniature for the the Orioles. I mean, Churio on a chrome miniature. I do not have a spot for one of those. I will just set him there. Goose Gossage, Wicked Curves. Eddie Murray, Orioles. Chase Dollander, Rockies. Mr. Eon, Rapper. Never heard of him. Non-baseball spot. Stan Musial, Cardinals. And Chad Gilbert. New Van Glory. All right. On the Chrome card. Would you not fall over, please? Okay. I gotta get up and move again. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, man. Yeah, it's like my upper back, rib cage, that kind of thing. So it just tightens up as we go. And it kind of started tight today, so we didn't have to go very far. Past few breaks, it hasn't been as much of an issue. But today it is. Okay. Just keep stretching. let the dog out back real quick. Give me a second here. Am I back? There we go. Sorry about that. Headset mute. I forgot that I'm muted down at the bottom of the stairs when I was letting the dog out. Sorry. On the bright side, you didn't have to listen to me talking to the dog. My bad. Kershaw, regular. I guess the good news is I'm robotic enough that you could probably figure out what I was saying. Butler, A's, Keenan Thompson, comedian, non-baseball. Chris Sale, Braves. Max Scherzer, Blue Jays. Olson, Braves. Nomo for the Dodgers. And Carter for the Blue Jays. The one drawback to this headset in particular, no status LED. My other headset that I use more often has a red LED if you mute the microphone with the switch on it. This one doesn't. Gore, Nationals, Black Border. Steve Carlton, Phillies, Wicked Curves. Paul Rust, non-baseball. Hayden Birdsong, Giants. Ke'Bryan Hayes, Pirates. Gabriel Moreno, Diamondbacks. Yogi Berra, short print, silver portrait, and Alvarez Jr., silver portrait for the Braves. All right. Okie dokie. Gunnar Henderson, standard back miniature. Mark Buehrle, White Sox. Drew Nix, non-baseball spot. Arnado, Cardinals. Reese Hines, Reds. Joe Godino, Bob and the Saggets. The Menzingers, non-baseball spot. Tommy Edman, Dodgers. And Fred McGriff, Cubs. There we go. John Hall, and it is a Alan Ginter back for the non-baseball spot. Goose Gossage, Yankees, Wicked Curves. Brent Rooker for the A's. Gary Sheffield, Dodgers. River Ryan, Dodgers. Mickey Mantle, Yankees. Carlos Correa for the Twins. And Seiya Suzuki for the Cubs. Yeah, you didn't really miss me saying anything interesting. The house wolf came and visited in here very briefly. That was out of the ordinary. He's enjoying the cold weather as house wolves do. Yeah, that's most of it. Thanks for catching that. Sorry about that. I should have noticed when I came back up. I've got the little audio meter that flashes green. I should have saw it. Livy Dunn on the standard back miniature. Bruce Sutter, Cardinals. Sweet Victories. Otani, Dodgers. Andrew Jones, Braves. Try that the other way around. Richard Kind for the non-baseball spot. Ricky Henderson, A's. Warren Spahn, Braves. And Mel Ott for the Giants. And that's like a discoloration. It looked like it might have been like a ding in it, a crease, but no, it's more like a discoloration, like a bleaching in the paper, natural effect, if you will. Laguna Beach, California. Bob Gibson, Wicked Curves. James Wood, Nats, McCutcheon, Pirates. Scott Sheldon, Rangers. Jimmy Rollins, Phillies. Mydruth for the White Sox, and Conine for the Marlins on the silver portrait. Right. Austin Riley for the Braves on the miniature, standard back. Mark McGuire, Oakland A's on the Sweet Victories. Gunnar Henderson, Orioles. Yu Darvish, Padres. Bo Jackson, Royals. Laura Perpun, non-baseball spot. Chan-Ho Park, Dodgers. And Juan Marichal, Giants on the short print. I was expecting a mini. Joe Musgrove, Wicked Curves. Snell, Dodgers. Taylor Rooks, non-baseball spot. Royce Lewis, Twins. Masataka Yoshida, Red Sox. Tatis Jr. on the refracting chrome, and also Marte on the silver portrait. Get Marte here. There we go. And we'll get Tatis on the chrome refractor. I thought one of these piles was just, yeah, it was, and I started adding other stuff to it. One of them was just refractors. There we go. All right. There it is. Garrett Crochet, Red Sox, standard back. Kansas City, Brett Saberhagen, Sweet Victories. Andres Jimenez, Blue Jays. Brian Cranston, the actor. Ellie De La Cruz, Reds. Nolan Ryan, Angels. Aaron Nola, Phillies. And Jim Cat, Twins, short print. The fish is a piranha. Rawr. Trevor Hoffman for the Padres on the wicked curve. Ty Cobb, Tigers. Denzel Clark, Athletics, Paul Skeens. Pirates, Colt Keith. Tigers, Kyle Schwarber. Phillies, and Lou Brock. St. Louis, Silver Portrait. All right, Chipper Jones on a chrome miniature. There we go. Kirk Gibson, Tigers, sweet victories. Roy Campanella, Brooklyn Dodgers. Go Dave Winfield with the Padres. Mike Trout, Angels. Mark McGuire, Cardinals. Roki Sasaki on the Chrome card, and Andre Dawson for the Cubs on the short print. All right. Okay. Andres Jimenez, Blue Jays miniature. Nolan Ryan, Astros, Wicked Curves. Imanaga, Cubs. Drew Thorpe, White Sox. Carlos Beltran, Mets. Jace Young, Tigers. Carlton Fisk, Red Sox. And Wyatt Langford, Rangers. All right. Oh my god. The static is driving me insane. These packs are literally just flying every direction when I let go of them. Uh, Fergie Jenkins for the Cubs on the Allen Ginter back parallel miniature. Jonah Heim, Rangers, sweet victories. Lindor, Mets. Baldwin for the Braves. Betts for the Dodgers. Devers for the Giants. We've got a Larry David filigree, and it is silver, just making sure. And then finally, Bruce Sutter for the Cardinals on a short print back here, the back. There's a That's a pretty good one for the non-baseball spot there. Larry David foil filigree. Oh, excuse me. All right. Black border miniature, Ernie Banks, Cubs. Kerry Wood, Wicked Curves. Ben Rice, Yankees. Sagano for the Orioles. Byron Buxton, Twins. Holiday, Orioles. Cal Raleigh for the Mariners. And we've got Tatis Jr. on the silver portrait. Wes Bergman. Here we go. Standard. Oh, I guess I was doing reality and not at one point, and then I combined them. Damn. Oh well. Chris Bryant, Cubs, Sweet Victories. Alcantara, Cubs. Mayo, Orioles. Garrett Cole, Yankees. Blade for the Athletics. Drew Nix on the Chrome card. And then Adrian Beltre, short print. Rangers. Yoshida for the Red Sox. That is Alan Ginter logo back. Jack Morris on the Wicked Curve. Aldegary. The Angels. Buxton for the Twins on the silver portrait. Wilson for the A's. Ah, rip card. Okay. Maddox, Cubs. I will have to see. Oops, there we go. I have to see who. I think it's Golden Sombreros. Yeah, he's on. He's my Cubs, right? I'm telling you, my memory really is that bad. Without my spreadsheet, I'm useless. Cubs, yes, yes, you are. What do you say? Let's see, it is one. There we go. All right. While he considers, I'll stick it into the top letter here. It can just hang out over yonder. I wondered when we were finally going to see one. Okay. Short print? Yeah. Jim Rice, short printed miniature. Eddie Murray, Orioles on the Sweet Victory. Dylan Cruz, Nats. Bryce Trang, Brewers. Pettit, Astros. Jackson Jobe, Tigers. Max Fried, Yankees. And the Bagman, Astros on the short print. Excellent. Heard, sir. I will send it to you intact. This can just go as is. There we go. Jace Young. It's the N222. Wicked Curves, Blake Snell. Bobby Witt. Royals, Corey Seager, Rangers, Webb, Giants, PCA, Cubs, Zibby Matthews, Twins, and Kobe Mayo, Orioles on the silver portrait. All right. It's interesting. There's an orange fleck in the paper. It's just, it interests me how they treat the paper for this. Campaneris, standard miniature. Pujols, Cardinals, sweet victories. Abner Powell again for the old school Nats. Tyler Fitzgerald, Giants. Miss Brittany Snow, actress. Dansby Swanson, Cubs. Benintendi, White Sox. And Tony Perez, Reds. On the short print. All right. Grab this to hold those with. Oops. Get back here. Those are about to start falling over, I'll tell you that. So we'll just stick them. And actually, here, we'll grab one so I remember what the pile is. We got 2 boxes left. I'm sore, but we are going to get through this. It is 2, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, we're good. There we go. We'll go like that. Oh, man. All right. Oh, me, oh, my. All right. Okay. Let's see. Can I prop you well enough to stay? Yep, good enough. That'll work. There we go. Come on. Better. Okie dokie. Okay. Plowing onward. Johnny Bench. Short print on the miniature. Pedro Martinez, Red Sox on the Wicked Curve. Kirk Gibson, Dodgers. Chandler Simpson, Rays. Moreno, Diamondbacks. Tommy Edman, Dodgers. Sepeda, Giants, short print. And Gilbert, Mariners. Both of those being silver portraits. Oops, need this first. That would have been a great thing to do while I was up and stretching, but that's okay. One moment. It's not like they're far away or anything. It's fine. They're right here. Come on, plastic. There we are. Okay. There we go. All right, we're good. Just had to replenish the pile there. Santa Monica State Beach, Santa Monica, California. Matt Holliday, Rockies, sweet victory. Kershaw, Dodgers. Mick Abel, Phillies. Boogie with the hoodie, non-baseball. Reese Hines, Reds. Mickey Mantle, Yankees. Hideo Nomo, short print. I don't know why I can never remember the words short print when I need them. Black border miniature. Colt Keith, Detroit. Jim Palmer, Orioles. Satchel Paige, Browns. Jacks, that Muppety thing. Joe Godino, both of those are non-baseball. Carlos Correa, Twins. Warren Spahn for the Braves, and Matt Holliday on the silver portrait. got it. I do hate it when there's chunkies in there. Chunkies don't belong inside there. Ew. Some of those got some extra plastic chunkies on the outside too. Alright. Carrying on. We've got Luke Keschel for the Twins. Standard back. Joe Carter. Blue Jays, sweet victory. Darryl Strawberry for the Mets. Shine, non-baseball slot. River Ryan for the Dodgers. Richard Kind, non-baseball slot. Jimmy Rollins, Phillies. And Jim Cat, Twins. Lou Gehrig, Alan Ginter logo back. Joe Musgrove, Wicked Curves. Tony Gwynn, Padres. Bryce Harper, Phillies. Ricky, A's. Mydroth, White Sox. Chino Park, Dodgers. Cal Raleigh, Silver Portrait, Mariners. Cade Horton, Chicago Cubs. Brett Saberhagen, Sweet Victories. Spencer Steer, Reds. J-Ram, Guardians. Scott Shelton, Rangers. Bo Jackson, Royals. Yamamoto, Dodgers. Oops, come back here. As I was saying, Yamamoto, Dodgers. And Andre Dawson, Cubs, short print. Luckily, to the left of me is a massive pile of wrappers everywhere because the static energy is sending them everywhere and they're not staying in a pile. Seriously, like confetti of wrappers over there. It's like a wrapper avalanche. Indiana, the Cardinal. Greg Maddux, Braves. Fichtner, Actor. Hernandez, Mariners. Churio, Brewers. Roger Clemens, Red Sox. Ty Cobb on the chrome refractor, and Christy Mathewson on the silver portrait. All right, Yu Darvish, standard back miniature. Padres, Miguel Cabrera, sweet victories. Marlins, Ethan Zone, non-baseball spot. Matthew Boyd, Cubs. Brittany Snow, non-baseball spot. Dansby Swanson, Cubs. Mason Wynn, Cardinals. And Tony La Russa, A's. I don't know what happened there. I just could not get any syllables out. Dylan Cruz, AG logo back. Don Sutton on the Wicked Curves, Dodgers. Did you stay? There. Andrew Romine, Tigers. Ichiro for the Mariners. Lauderer for the non-baseball spot. Ripken Jr. for the O's. Louder for the Reds. And Soler for the Angels. On the silver portrait. Manny Machado for the Padres. Ryan Howard, Phillies on the Sweet Victory. Drewski, comedian, non-baseball. Jorge Posada, Yankees. Campaneris for the A's. Clemente for the Pirates. Godino on the Chrome. And then Phil Niekro for the Braves on the short print. Yeah, that's regular, not refractor. Ernest Wagner for the Pirates, standard miniature. David Cohn for the Yankees on the Wicked Curves. Bichette, Blue Jays. Michelle Fitzgerald, non-baseball spot. Babe Ruth for the Yankees. Matt Shaw for the Cubs. George Sisler for the Browns. And Chipper Jones for the Atlanta Braves. Oh my God, my brain is not firing. Pain is overtaking thoughts. There's one knot under one rib that keeps really ratcheting down. Like, I'll be fine for a little stretch, and then it'll just really intensify. And I just kind of keep shifting around, trying to work around it. Trying to hope that I find a spot that it doesn't hurt. Okay. Keep going. Eldred Rock, Lighthouse. Haines, Alaska. Wow. David Eckstein, Angels. Bob Gibson, Cardinals. Leslie Arfin, non-baseball spot. Kat Dennings, non-baseball spot. Freddie Freeman, Dodgers. Kurtz on the filigree. And Kell on the short print. Oh, ow. Oh. All right. Just keep Stretching it out. Here we go. Jose Barrios, Alan Ginter, excuse me, Jack Morris, Wicked Curves, Detroit Tigers, Derek Jeter for the Yankees, Big Sean, non-baseball spot, Jackie Robinson, Dodgers, Justin Henry Malloy for the Tigers, Dennis Eckersley for the Athletics on the silver portrait short print, and then also Cal Ripken Jr. on the silver portrait. All right, John Hall on the miniature. Eddie Murray for the Orioles on the Sweet Victory. Chase Dollander, Rockies. Mr. Eon for the non-baseball spot. Larry David, non-baseball spot. J-Rod, Mariners. Ted Williams, Red Sox. And then Orlando Cepeda, short print. Jacob Wilson for the A's, and it is the N222 insert miniature. Blake Snell on the Wicked Curve. Kayleen for the Tigers. Callaway, Radio Hall of Famer, non-baseball spot. Elko for the White Sox. Campbell for the Red Sox. Lugo for KC. And Louder for the Reds. Alright, we've got Bryce Terang for the Brewers on a standard miniature. Albert Pujols, Sweet Victories, Cardinals. Lawrence Butler, Athletics. Keenan Thompson, non-baseball spot. Stan Musial, Cardinals. Eric Keene, non-baseball spot. John Kensey Noel, Guardians. Phil Rizzuto, Yankees on the short print. I tend to bump this close side a few times during the course and nudge you towards the left. Mazeroski on a short print miniature. Andy Pettit for the Yankees on the Wicked Curve. Blake Snell, Dodgers. Taylor Rooks, sports journalist, non-baseball spot. Josh Naylor, Diamondbacks. Hunter Green, Reds. Logan Gilbert, Mariners. And Roberto Clemente, silver portrait. Get in there. There we go. Ellie De La Cruz, A&G back miniature. Joe Carter for the Blue Jays on the Sweet Victories. Bryan Cranston, the actor. Jimenez, Blue Jays. Andrew Bishop, the musician for the non-baseball spot. Ozzie Smith, Cardinals. Jackson Holiday, Orioles. Joe DiMaggio, Yankees. All right. Jacob Wilson for the A's on the miniature. Oral Scherzheiser, Wicked Curves. Ty Cobb, Tigers. Denzel Clark, A's. Tatis Jr., Padres. Cal Raleigh, Mariners. Blade, Athletics. And then we've got Matt Shaw, Cubs. Silver Portrait. Roosterfish. Kerry Carter. Roy Campanella, Dodgers. Byron Buxton, Twins. Kobe Mayo, Orioles. Max Fried, Yankees. Oh, shame. Taylor Rooks, but there's a big ding in the front of it. They messed up the surface. I'll get with you. Sports journalist for the non-baseball spot, and then Kirby Puckett, short print, Twins. Damn, Tops, damn. Why are you the way that you are? Well, actually, it's whatever Enterprises production that I looked up on Google, because they do both them and Panini at that plant. That's right. They're just hired hands. Black border for the Braves, Alvarez Jr. Bert Blevin, Wicked Curves. Imanaga, Cubs. Thorpe. Ooh, nice. We have another frame. Drew Thorpe, White Sox. Sisler, the Browns on the Silver Beer. PCA for the Cubs, and behind that, Nacho Alvarez Jr., Braves. Bat Relic. All right. Nacho Alvarez Jr. on the board. All right. Nolan Ryan for the Angels on the miniature. Giancarlo Stanton on the Sweet Victories. Lindor for the Mets. Baldwin for the Braves. Garrett Cole, Yankees. Jacob Wilson, A's. Sebi Matthew, Twins. Luis Aparicio on the short print. for the White Sox. Ready? Contreras for the Brewers. Alan Ginter back. Felt like there was another hiding in there. Mark Burrell. Wicked Curves. Riley Green, Detroit. McCray for the Giants. Pettit for the Astros. Benintendi for the White Sox. Hers for the Nationals. And then Twins. Keschel. Bane of the Royals' existence, at least for 2025. It's a good kid, though. A lot of promise. A lot of promise. These packs are going everywhere. Like, seriously. Paul Skeens, miniature, regular back. Joe Morgan, Reds. Zach Rischel, non-baseball spot. Brandon Nimmo, Mets. Jackson Jobe, Tigers. Logan Webb, Giants. Salvi, Royals. And George Brett, also Royals. Short print. Alright, that is the end of that box. We are getting close. Oh my god, these packs literally flying everywhere. It's insane. They fly up and out of the trash can after they're already in it. It's the stuff nightmares are made out of. Excuse me. All right. Just straighten up a little before I cause any chaos and knock things over. I would like to avoid that. All right. Great. Good deal. Let's get this out. Let me get this. Get this. Yeah. Okay. Oh, here we go. We can get through this. Reese Hines on the black border mini. Christy Mathewson on the wicked curves. Josh Rawitch for the non-baseball spot. Corbin Burns, Diamondbacks. Yoshida, Red Sox. Nola for the Phillies. Mayo on the refractor chrome. And Matthews on the regular silver portrait. Oh, man. Gaylord Perry, short print on the miniature. Alex Bregman for the Astros on the Sweet Victories. Seth Meyers, non-baseball spot. Willie Adames for the Giants. Max Scherzer for the Blue Jays. De La Cruz, Reds. Colt Keith, Tigers. Roger Maris, Yankees. Tony Gwynn, Alan Ginter logo. Yohan Santana, Twins, Wicked Curves. Chef Reactions, non-baseball spot. Pujols, Cardinals. Nolan Ryan, Angels. Schwarber, Phillies. McGuire, Cardinals. Benintendi, White Sox. Mikey T on the chrome miniature. Scott Rowland, Cardinals, Sweet Victories. Alex the Great, licensed therapy bunny for the non-baseball spot. Paul Skeens, Pirates. Dave Winfield, Potters. Jace Young, Tigers. Vlad Guerrero Jr., Blue Jays, Chrome card. And Bert Blevin, short print. Okay, Utah, the ring build goal. Dennis Eckersley for Oakland on the wicked curves. Joe Torre, Cardinals. Paul Rust, non-baseball spot. Mikey T, Angels. Carlton Fisk, Red Sox. William Contreras, Brewers. And DJ Hers, Nationals on the silver portrait. Drewski, standard miniature. Andrew Jones, Atlanta Braves on the Sweet Victories. Hayden Birdsong, Giants. Beltran, Mets. Mookie Betts, Dodgers. A couple of filigrees in a row. Okay. Um, Jim Bunning, Phillies short print filigree. It is silver. And then also Hank Aaron, regular filigree, silver. And Jim Tome, short print. Couple of variables all at once there. Okay. Another of the N222s, Rhett Lauder for the Reds. The alternate design little insert miniature. Trevor Hoffman, Wicked Curves for the Padres. Merrill, Padres. Lee for the Twins. Laura Prepon for the non-baseball slot. Ryan Sandberg, Cubs. Alonso for New York Mets. And Blade on the silver portrait for the Athletics. Oops, get over there. Garrett Cole miniature for the Yankees. Kirk Gibson for the Tigers on the Sweet Victories. Albies for the Braves. Alvarez for the Astros. Livy Dunn for the non-baseball spot. Munson for the Yankees. Lauderer, three-time Le Mans winner for the non-baseball spot. And Sutter, as I drop it on the floor. Sutter on the... Oh my God, everything is flying everywhere on the short print. The static is absolutely driving me insane. It's getting the top letters and the sleeves, and like my arm hairs are standing on end and sticking to the chair, and welcome to winter. I hate it. We're officially here. Ah. Everything is terrible. Get back here. Marte for the Diamondbacks. Miniature. Nolan Ryan, Wicked Curves, Volpe, Yankees, Amador, Rockies, Griffey Jr., Mariners. Here is a Merrill relic for the Padres, and behind it, Freed on the silver portrait for the Yankees. All right. Jackson Merrill. Relic card. almost said rip card. It is a rip card, just not a very good one. The prize inside sucks. Another one. DJ Khaled. This time really small. Actually, I should check. Oh, it is. It's Alan Ginter back. Jonah Heim, Sweet Victories. Judge, Yankees. Joe Morgan, Reds. Mark Long, reality TV guy, non-baseball spot. Rod Carew for the Angels. Rushing, Dodgers. And Mike Messina, Orioles. Short print. Jeter on the miniature. Chris Sale for the Braves. Wicked Curves. Zach Wheeler, Phillies. Corbin Carroll, D-backs. Cara Maria Cervello, non-baseball spot. Cam Smith, Astros. Matt Olson, Braves. And PCA on the silver portrait. Some more fish. Hammerhead Shark. And then behind that, David Ortiz, Red Sox, Sweet Victories. Chad Gilbert, non-baseball spot. Cody Bellinger, Yankees. Wilson Contreras, Cardinals. Chris Sale, Braves. Royce Lewis, Twins. And Walter Johnson, the Nationals. Oops, on the short print. I don't need that. All right, Dylan Cruz on the miniature. Felix Hernandez, Mariners on the Wicked Curves. Gore for the Nationals. Boras, excuse me, for the non-baseball slot. Royce Lewis, Twins. Yoshida for the Red Sox. DJ Mighty Me, Rapper on the Refractor Chrome. And then Roger Hornsby on the silver portrait for the Cardinals. And that is full on shiny. That goes in that pile. Alright, actually, let me stretch, roll the neck around, etc. If I don't do it, I'm going to regret it halfway through that pile. I'm going to regret it halfway through that pile no matter what. It's going to hurt, but it's fine. We're getting so close. Alright. Okay. Keep on pushing. We are going to get there. We've got a beach here. Wailea Beach, Maui, Hawaii. Diamondbacks, Luis Gonzalez. Sweet Victories. Horton for the Cubs. Scherzer for the Blue Jays. De La Cruz, Reds. Nola for the Phillies. Guerrero. That is silver. Okay. Vlad Guerrero for the Angels. And George Kell for the Tigers on the short print. Black border miniature. Marcelo Mayer for the Red Sox. Kerry Wood for the Cubs on the Wicked Curves. Reddit guy. Blah. Non-baseball spot. Will Clark, Giants. Nolan Ryan, Angels. Colt Keith, Tigers. Excuse me. Kyle Schwarber, Phillies. And Royce Lewis, the Twins. Silver portrait. All right. Clemente on the Chrome miniature. Chris Bryant, Cubs on the Sweet Victories. Shane Halter, Tigers. Skeens, Pirates. Winfield, Padres. McGuire, Cardinals. Alcantara, Cubs on the Chrome. And then Dick Allen for the Phillies on the short print. Okay. Nolan Ryan, excuse me, Nolan Ryan, California Angels on the Allen Ginter logo mini. Jack Morris, Detroit Tigers, Wicked Curves. Kirk Gibson, Dodgers. Chandler Simpson, Rays. Mike Trout, Angels. Chase Young, Detroit Tigers. Carlton Fisk, Red Sox. And Masataka Yoshida on the silver portrait for the Red Sox. Hayden Birdsong on the miniature for the Giants. Eddie Murray, Orioles, Sweet Victories. Kershaw, Dodgers. McAble, Phillies. Beltran for the Mets. Betts for the Dodgers. Emma Roberts on the standard filigree. Stay here, please. And Pee Wee Reese, Dodgers on the short print. Yes, please don't go anywhere. Tired of things falling down. Go. All right. All right. Another black border. Duran, the Red Sox. Jim Palmer, Orioles on the Wicked Curves insert. McCray, Giants. Zach Rischel, musician. Jazz Chisholm, Yankees. Big Papi Ortiz, Red Sox, Aurelvis Martinez, Blue Jays, and Shane Halter, Tigers, Silver Portrait. 5 more. Excuse me. I I wonder if on the second case I should knock it down to 4 box. Because God, these boxes take forever. They are thick, that's for sure. Robin Yount, Brewers, standard back. Carter, Blue Jays on the Sweet Victories. Brandon Nimmo, Mets. William Fichtner, actor, non-baseball slot. Tom May, musician, non-baseball slot. Jeremy Pena, Astros. Justin Verlander, Giants. And Dennis Eckersley, the A's. I keep popping mints, trying to keep my throat wet. It wants to dry up right now. Duran, Alan Ginter logo back for the Red Sox. Joe Musgrove, Padres. Acuna. Luis Angel Acuna, sorry. Mets. Junior Caminero, Rays. Here's a frame. Let's set that down. Kirk Gibson for the Dodgers on the Silver Portrait. All right, and then behind Stephen Kwan for the Guardians, we have Reynolds. Brian Reynolds for the Pirates. A scuff or like a bit of adhesive. I think that's like an adhesive or something. That should rub off. Is it actually picking up on camera? It's not really. Oh, there it is. You can kind of see it. There's just a little fleck there right above the Pittsburgh. It looks literally like almost spit or something, or like a little adhesive, little tape smidgen, or you know what I mean. It should come off, I think. If not, then it's abrasion, but I'm hoping that it's just a little goober. It feels like a goober on the surface, so hence my optimism. There's also a vertical one next to it, and that does not feel as much like a goober. That you can kind of see it there. It's yeah. See, now that I've got the sleeve on it, you can't actually see. There it is, to the right of the logo. Anyway. Squirrel. Brian Reynolds, the Pirates. one might actually be stuck in the corner. It may not be free moving because it didn't budge. I'm not gonna sit here and beat on it. You know, I only give it a few taps just to see what it wants to do. So anyway, yeah, Brian Reynolds for the Pirates. Will Clark for the Giants on a standard miniature. Saberhagen again on the Sweet Victory. Felix Hernandez, Mariners. Ethan Zone, non-baseball. Agustin Ramirez, Miami, as well as Connor Normie, Miami. O'Neill for the Orioles. And Cepeda for the Giants. Short print. Doesn't feel very short. They are allegedly short prints. Sturgeon is our fish. Sturgeon. Trevor Hoffman, Padres. Wicked Curves. Matthew Boyd, Cubs. Roaming for the Tigers. Crochet for the Red Sox. Rutschman for the Orioles. Brian Hayes for the Pirates. And on the silver portrait, we've got Chandler Simpson for the Tampa Bay Rays. All right. Here we go. Last pack. Still time to hit a numbered or something. Come on, Tops. All right. We got Shane Halter on our miniature. We've got Kirk Gibson, Detroit Tigers. Ichiro. John Hall, non-baseball. Chris Bryant. Gabriel Moreno. Ozzie Smith for the Cardinals. And Phil Rizzuto for the Yankees. Let me sleeve these, and then we will do a great big recap here. A much needed recap. That goes in the Chrome pile. All right. Okay. That's pretty thick. That's fine. Giddo. I'm actually a little surprised that we only hit a single gold border. But I don't remember if I hit 2 or 3 last night out of the test one that I opened. Because if it was only 2, then it's not that wide of a disparity, I guess. I don't know. The one I opened last night, I hit 2 black, 2 gold. So I was expecting it to be more matchy-matchy through. And yeah. Surprised it wasn't. That's a short print. That's a musician. That's a short print. Those are just normal. Yeah. Okay. So non-baseballs. Short prints. football game is over. That took me, considering that I was ripping during the pregame, that took me an entire football game. Good Lord. We're going to have to make number 2 go a little faster. Okay. Those are short print. Those are those. Okay, and those are all refractors, except for that, which should be in this pile. Okay, cool. So I'm going to skip our base chrome, and I am going to skip our baseball players as far as our silver portraits, but we'll do our non-baseball real fast. We've got Franchitti, the racing guy, Brittany Snow, the actress, DJ Khaled, another one, Brandon Coleman, musician guy, Lauderer, another racer, sports journalist Taylor Rooks with the little crease in the front of it there, Eric Keene, musician, and Andrew Bishop, also musician. And then we can also hit the short print baseball, Yogi Berra, Cepeda, Blevin, Tome, Rodriguez, and Eckersley. Our miniatures are going to be kind of hard to hit because I have not been sleeving them as we go, but I can do the little inserts, the N222s, Rhett Lauder, Jacob Wilson, Jace Young, Francisco Lindor, and, Hiroki Sasaki hiding back there. And I can highlight the Mitchell and Ness inserts we hit real quick. Jimmy Rollins, Chano Park, George Kirby, Ryan Sandberg, Tyler O'Neill, and Dalton Rushing. We'll skip those. Those are all pretty in-depth. I suppose we could do the chrome ones, though, real fast. Clemente, Trout, Machado, Churio, Jones, Betts, Carlton, and back here, Seiya Suzuki. All right. That brings us around. That actually worked pretty well. That brings us around to here. So let's talk about some filigrees. We've got Emma Roberts, Vlad Guerrero, Jim Bunning, Hank Aaron, Kurtz Rodriguez, Don Larson, Willie Mays, Larry David, and Tim Elko. Those are all standard silver foil filigrees. Oh, I skipped these, sorry. The refractors. So these are the chrome and refractor. DJ Mighty Me, Mayo, Cobb, Imanaga, Tatis Jr., another one, DJ Khaled, and Richard Kind. There we go. We hit those. All right, we're good. And then our hits for the day. We can do the relics. Let's grab these bad boys from up here. There we go. We'll stick you at the back too. So in terms of our non-autograph hits, Dylan Cease, fabric jersey relic is what I'm looking for there. Agustin Ramirez, Miami, jersey relic. Clayton Kershaw, jersey relic. McCutcheon, Pirates, bat relic. Jackson Merrill, jersey relic. Lindor, Mets, jersey relic. Brian Reynolds, Pirates, jersey relic. Swanson for the Cubs, jersey relic. Alvarez Jr., Braves, bat relic. And out of 199, a rip card for Greg Maddux for the Chicago Cubs that Golden Sombreros will get to stare at and decide whether to rip or keep or sell. I suspect he's going to rip it. I suspect he just wants to go about it a certain way, which I get. I also would go about it a certain way. And in fact, I don't even have a fresh, like X-Acto knife to go about it the way that I would want to go about it. I would be making do with a fresh utility blade. So I confess, I would not be doing it the most empirically optimal way. Let's see. This is 99. So, green. Let's see. It's a chrome. So is it still filigree? I'm not sure. Well, I guess I have it open. Why don't I just look? You know how it is when you've got muscle pain. Your brain stops working altogether. Short prints. That's not what I want. Variations, autographs, and inserts. Where do they hide it under? Is it a variation? It's a variation, isn't it? Yep. Okay, they just call it green refractor. All right. Anyway, it's 41 out of 99, and it is Nolan Ryan for the Angels. Pretty sick pull on that one. And of course, Sepida, number 01 out of 50. Pretty awesome, if you ask me. On the gold foil filigree. And on the miniature, Mr. Juan Soto for the Mets. 15 out of 25. Orange refractor. And then finally, the ink. It is Zach DeZenzo for the Astros. Brittany Snow for the non-baseball spot. The actress. And definitely the star of the break, Big Poppy. Red ink framed mini auto, 3 of 10. David Ortiz for the Boston Red Sox. Pretty damn cool get on that one there. So, yeah. Okay, I am going to go collapse onto the heating pad now. I hurt. So, I may not get photos up tonight. I apologize. Hopefully, me going slow during the recap here will at least compensate for that so that people can pause and whatever you need to do. I will get them up. Like I said, it just might not be tonight because, yeah. I'll pop some Tylenol here before I lay down, and maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll get me a second win. So, cool beans, y'all. Good break. We have at least 3 more of these. If I start splitting them into smaller ones, it might be 4 more. So, yeah. I look forward to ripping more of this with you in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be around for a good chunk of it. So I will definitely be listing some rips and filling some spots and streaming some